We got some nomads, some squids, as Javier calls this the squid, because if you look at it, it just looks like a squid. Guess I can change the deck name now. Alright, we got squids, we need some Stoneforge Mystics. Stoneforge, Thassa's Oracle. Teferi is like the real workhorse in this deck, I think. Because it's like defense grid. Squid Brekkie. Yeah, I think this is actually one of Javier's favorite decks of all time because I think it reminds him of his, like, the old extended PTs where, like, Southwood Breakfast was, like, first invented and people played, like, awful cards like Sutured Ghoul or whatever, you know? You don't really have to play Sutured Ghoul anymore, which is probably for the best for those decks. Don't know about playing both step-throughs, but I guess I will for now. Just kind of not a great card, honestly. But the thing is, you have so many Shukos now because of Urza Saga as well. You have so many Shukos and, you know, stuff like that, that I think you probably don't need... You probably should play in a few more ways to find the Illusionist itself. Alright. Strand. I noticed the version from Eternal Weekend had like Prismatic Vista and stuff, but I guess it was just for budget reasons because this version does not have those. Like, it has 3 Tundras, 2 Seas, a bunch of fetches, and 3 Urza Saga. I'm skeptical if you need the second Underground Sea, but I guess it's nice to have access to. One Marsh Flats. Is this the Legacy version of Modern Jeskai Breach? I don't think so. I mean, there's no expressive iteration, so probably not. It seems hard to say that it's that deck because... Tef Saga Plan? Okay, sure. That part overlaps, but the rest of it doesn't seem to overlap very much to me, personally. Right. Blue Elemental Blast. I don't know how to sideboard with this deck either, so that'll be an adventure. 2 Bebs. Hydroblast. 2 Flusterstorm. Free Prismatic Ending. So the plan is to side in like 6 removal spells about in some matchups. I guess that makes sense actually. I'm always worried that like these decks don't map quite right because there's just like so much removal being sided in. But I guess if you can shave on your combo, that does make sense, right? So, I guess I'll try it like this and not change anything first. Breakfast has been doing well lately, so I figured I would give it another shot. You know. Gonna go to Card Hoarder to get the card. Shout out to them for helping this stream be possible. Also, if y'all are new to this stream, thanks for being here. Oh, the bot is out of Cephaloid Illusionist. What the hell? I can't imagine that's an expensive card, but... Alright, I guess I'll go buy them from a different bot. But they're like 80 cents or whatever, it's not a big deal. Yo, Azax, thanks for being here. Let me know if I should open a chest for you. Also, if you all want to be as cool as Azax and Just a Little Nightcap, consider using a sub here. It's free to do and help support the stream. If you use a Prime sub, that is. Right. Yes, please. Okay. One free vintage key of entry, huh? Hollowborn Barguest. I don't remember this card, but it also doesn't look very good. This is from Shadowmoor, by the way. Oh, actually, I vaguely remember this card. This card was not very good. It's been a while since Shadowmoor Draft. Didn't really age well either. Alright. Let's see, is the extension still there? Can people see the deck list? Or is it still broken? I'm trying to find it myself. Okay, it appears to be there. This is just not named anything. So that's cool. Alright, I'll have to go get 4 Cephaloid Illusionists as well. Very funny. Alright, I think we're gonna start a league. And then we'll see how I feel. I probably actually won't play the prelim. Hey Zax, have you considered playing Legacy? For prelims? Or are you just not a Legacy fan? My prediction up if people do want to gamble. Well, you can always try it out, right? Because of rentals. Wizard 2 cycling. I don't know that it actually is, but I'm trying it. Illusionist. There we go. Wow, 97 cents each? Whatever. Not exactly breaking the bank here, but... Alright, get your bets in. I'll join a league and let's try it out. I guess I'll explain how this deck works very briefly, for those of you who haven't seen it. The combo in the deck really is to target Cephaloid Illusionist repeatedly, either with Shuko or Nomad's Encore. You can flip a bunch of creatures, use Cabal Therapy to clear the way, and then Dread Return Thassa's Oracle with a empty deck. Generally, Endurance is not a problem because you can always Therapy the Endurance before you actually have to go for it. And also, like, you play Teferi 3, you play as a small Stoneforge package in the form of Culture Complete. And, yeah, really, you're just trying to combo most of the time or kill your opponent with Culture Complete. Ranger Captain of Eos. Not this version. It's also, like, double white's kind of hard, I think. I've played Recruiter of the Guard before in Breakfast, and it's okay. Because Recruiter of the Guard can find both Cephalid Illusionist and Nomads on core. So I don't think Ranger Captain of Eos makes a lot of sense compared to Recruiter of the Guard, JS Cove B. The sideboard is mostly just, like, interaction / hate cards, so it's, I don't know, not a lot to see here. Anyways, let's go to the league. Get your bets in if you want. I'm kind of curious how many people are in the prelim. There's one person in the prelim, Kane? I guess that's you. I hope it fires for your sake. There's so many Shukos and not enough Illusionists. That's why it's playing Step Through, even though, like, I think the card's kind of awful, actually. Any gamblers? Any channel point gamblers? Two plus 2 is 5. Their last deck was Izzet Delver and this hand sucks. Right. Alright. You know what we're up against. Right. I will get Island and Ponder. I think the plan is to get all basics. And then push my combo through later, probably. Right, that's the Illusionist. I don't really want to draw Step Through then, so I'll draw the Illusionist and Ponder. I don't really want to run my pieces out until I have Disruption as well. Or at least like a Daze to back it up with. My opponent's up to. Brainstorm, Tarn, Fetch. I don't really want to brainstorm into that thing. The Step Through, because I think it's a dead card. Same time, I don't really want to, like, let them daze for maximum value. Actually, maybe I do. The problem is my mana's kind of bad. Alright, I think I actually am supposed to. I'm just going to get Plains because Wasteland's going to be too hard to beat this game. But I'll let them daze this if they want to. Shuko basically tells them everything, but I want to get it just in case if my other stuff, like, it's kind of hard to run Nomads out here. Right, Force of Will has been revealed. So I'm really just looking for lands. Okay. So they killed my thing anyways. So they have Force and 4 other cards. I'm really just looking for lands with this hand. Because if I get to deploy everything and not get instantly killed, I'll probably win. Because the Teferi 3 is a big part of that plan, you know? That's a bad draw. Or the Brainstorm. Okay. Well, I don't really want the Thassa's Oracle. I let them daze me and play the Saga out, or play the Saga after. Okay, I think I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna play that out. They might waste it next turn, but that's fine. I'll play this out, and then I'm not gonna play this out because it's weak to Bolt here. And then if they waste me next turn, that's fine. I'll play Teferi. Probably. They don't waste me. It's kind of interesting, I guess. There's a Saga was a mistake. In what regard? Do you mean like it being in this deck or what? Kind of problematic. That's 9 damage. Oh, printing it. Okay, I thought you meant in terms of playing. You weren't really very clear there. So they used 1 bolt. I haven't really given them a chance to daze me is the problem. I guess like Teferi also forces the force, really? I guess I lose to Bolt no matter what, so I'm not going to worry about it. I guess I... It's really, like, impossible to beat Daze here, though, I think. Alright, guess I'll just play it out. I'm basically dead to, like, everything here. Basically, almost all real cards kill me. So I'm not gonna worry about it. Fetch Force. I'll let them daze me, because I have to use my mana. I think that's a pretty easy shuffle. I don't think this card's doing anything. Right. Chat. I kind of wonder if I am still supposed to play 1 Springleaf Drum. I can buy not playing Aether Vial because Vial hasn't aged well, honestly, but... Alright, well, that was unbeatable, sadly. I wonder if they just drew it, or if they were thinking if they should play around Daze. I believe my thing in the lower right tells you. Right, I'm gonna cut the Force of Wills. I don't think I need it, really. I think these are okay, this is okay, plows are okay. I also think, like, maybe what I want to do is not have to be so reliant on comboing and just play like a removal and normal, like a removal plus good cards game, if that makes sense. So, like, you cut the forces and then you cut the step throughs, and you have a bunch of, like, hydros and plows. You could also potentially justify ending Question is what to cut. I guess you could shave like one Shuko. Cut some Ponders. I would advise against cutting Ponder, I think. I think I'm only going to have one ending in my deck. Could also shave Saga versus them, but that's like a little bit Pepega, I think. Right, just going to submit this. Alright, this hand's not very good. This hand is arguably worse, but I'm going to keep. I could see cutting Days. I was thinking about that, actually. I don't quite like cutting Ponder, though. I think you're just, like, making your deck worse if you do that. That was a good Days for me, though. Yeah, I think maybe cutting Days was good, but that part I agree with. Like, drawing a Ponder here would be fantastic. I don't really want to cast it right now. It's like soft to everything if I cast it. And it opens me up to Wasteland for basically no gain. Well, the point is that, like, drawing a Ponder would have been good for most of this game. So cutting one's, like, kind of nonsense, I feel like. Oh, they left. They basically only put one back because their Brainstorm was that good. Which is kind of terrifying, actually. I mean, I had a feeling you were the person who did well, and congrats. But I also disagree with your assessment that you should cut Ponder. And that's fine, we can disagree. You know? I think now I'm probably priced into fetching Tundra and Cascum Plow. think now it's okay to cast the Shuko, or sorry, cast the Narc and equip it. It's bad for his days now. Maybe I shouldn't have cast it again. Alright, I guess I'll let them daze me. It was probably just a mistake for me to cast it again that turn. Is the reality. Okay. Yo, what's up, Francis? Hope you're having a good one. I think we're gonna play the Illusionist out. Well, I'm mostly playing it for science. If they force here, that's fine. I think I should just use my mana and cast it. Okay. Francis, I have a question for you. How often do you cut Ponder in a sideboard game? Okay, that's fine. Often? Well, I think you're maniacal, but that's okay. Whoa, Badlands? Okay, that's different. I wonder if they have Plague Engineer or something like that. Plague Engineer would be kind of disastrous. Alright, it's Mark that I'm gonna end up Sun farming. Well, okay, it's different if your deck is just trying to, like, Belcher or whatever, then, like, Ponder's not good if you're a Belcher deck. This is their second counterbalance. Alright. I wonder if they're even playing Daze in their deck. They might not be. They probably are, though. This is kind of annoying. So the question is if I play it for 2 or not. Do I think they also have UC? Probably not. Oh, this might just be the Hans deck from EW. That's what it might be going on here. Then I'm gonna go for this. If they have a 2 on top, so be it. Or they have Brazen Borrower. Cool. Alright, I don't think they're playing Daze if they have Badlands in their deck. It's kind of not great for me, but... yeah, I don't know. This person's deck is kind of interesting. I think I'm gonna just trade off if they let me, honestly. Is Badlands a good Magic card, chat? I'm casting it. Kinda just have to use all my mana. Okay. I know they have that. It's weird. I don't know what's going on anymore. Brainstorm? Okay. Badlands in your Sanctuary deck is also kind of a tough sell. Actually, I guess I'll check to see if they played Daze in game 1. They didn't, I guess. Maybe they just don't have Daze in their deck. It's possible, I suppose. Okay, that's fine. I'm guessing my Teferi's gonna die now. So he cast Brainstorm on Holy Heat, Delver, and didn't shuffle. So that means this is basically a lock to flip. So if I play Teferi, it'll just die to the Delver's next turn regardless. So I guess I'll just play Stoneforge, get the Cauldron complete, and hope it works out. Because I don't think playing Teferi does anything except, like, you cycle your card and then it gets killed. Snuff Out. Okay. Guess they might just be Grixis with Snuff Out. Meltdown. Okay, I see. The answer to most of your questions is no, none of this is really that good for me, so. I know they have Borrower and Meltdown. Okay. I'll just bounce that. Snuff and Bolt. I have a feeling they just don't have Daze in their deck, or something like that. Just kind of weird, but also possible. I have drawn one Brainstorm this game, and my opponent has drawn a Brainstorm Ponder, 2 iterations, another Brainstorm. And, like, you can sort of track how well Blue Mirror is going for you just based on the number of, like, those sort of Cantropy type effects on both sides. So I guess this is why signing out Shuko might not be a good idea as well. That's not good. Alright, I guess I'll see if they counter this. Alright, so their last card is Brazen Borrower. I still have time to draw Nomads and win the game, but I don't really like running out the Illusionist on this board, because I don't think it does much. Oof. Alright. That's bad too. Alright, so the issue is There's a lot of issues. But yeah, I definitely shouldn't have had Daze in my deck. That was the mistake. Okay. So, do they have a bolt they're trying to kill me with? Sad. Well, no, because I'm dead to bolt. That's pretty sad. Yeah, I should have cut the Dazes. That was a mistake. Just not drawing cantrips fucking sucks, is the reality. I basically lost because I couldn't, like, convert my cards into different cards. I would say cutting Ponder would make that problem worse. I think this is very clearly a keep, and the question is how do you want to play it? I think this might be a Nomad's Go, actually. It's kind of close, though. Kind of also tempted to just... Alright. I guess I'm not going to play the Nomads out. You could also, like, just main phase the Brainstorm. I think what I'm going to do is just take one draw step and see if I should Brainstorm or not. If I knew there was a land on top of my deck... I don't know. It's kind of complicated, I guess. It just gets really complicated pretty fast. Okay. So I'll just take a draw step and see what I draw. Okay, that's not great. I see. Okay. I should probably have put the Cauldron Complete back, actually, but... With elves? Might be. You're glad you're not in the market for a new Legacy deck at the moment? Let's see. This is very saddening so far. I'm going to discard Cabal Therapy, I think, though. This Cauldron Complete should have been back in my deck. Alright, guess I'm not countering that. Fiend Artisan? Nope, Polish Visionary. So it's just elves, I guess. Endurance is uncounterable now, by the way, chat. So they have to not kill me next turn. I think I'm not allowed to shuffle that land away. I think that is extremely insane. Yeah, I know the endurance isn't a problem. I think the more likely problem is I get killed by Gaia's Cradle plus Hoof this turn, if I had to guess. I think I'm going to just cycle Upkeep and get the Illusionist, and just hope to fade a turn and draw a land. Which is a lot to ask for, I agree, but... maybe they just have a very dirtily hand, where I don't get killed by anything. Okay. See, this is an issue I had with Step Through at the very beginning. I'm just like, why are there 2 Step Through in the deck? I think the second is just excessive, personally, but... Am I dead next turn on board? Let's see. 1, 2, 3. That's... 1, 2, 3. That's 15 from that. 15... Ah, shit. They'll go for it, too. So it's 15 from the elves that turn to dinosaurs. 18, 19, 20. So there's really no reason to show them anything. I guess the Cabal Therapy tells a lot anyways. Maybe they won't see it, I guess. Guess I'll just hope they don't see it somehow. But I spent so many turns just like not finding my land. Also, I guess if I draw... Okay, well, that's bad. If I actually drew a white source, I could play a chump blocker, and then I would take 10, 11, 12, 13, 16, which would not be lethal. So actually, yeah, if I drew Tundra, I would still be live to win the game next turn, because then I could just deploy, like, the other Nomads plus Illusionist, but instead I didn't draw Tundra or a white source. So I actually was drawing live. Just kind of insane to think about, you know? I feel like I want some amount of removal, but maybe not all of it. I think Daze is horrible versus my opponent. I'm cutting 1 Step Through. I suspect, personally, I will cut 1 Step Through a lot more than other people will. But it's just kind of a bad card, honestly. Do I think Cauldron Complete will ever be good enough versus them to win? That's the other question. So the last question is, what do I cut? Teferi is like not great versus them either, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna cut 1 Teferi, I think, as well. I think Daze is like pretty bad versus them, generally speaking, as well. guess this is technically adequate. Actually, maybe I should keep the second fetch. Yeah, I think I should, actually. Alright. I don't know. I think Teferi's has, like, some pretty strong points to it. I don't think, like, cutting it is insane, but my instinct is that it's probably better to keep it than not. So this is a Shuko on Suspend 2. So my opponent sided into 61 cards, that's interesting. I guess I'll keep. That's actually not terrible. Okay, you want to play this game? I know they're on waste. I have so many lands that I feel like it's okay if they waste me. Like, I saw the waste in game 1, don't worry. Question is, what do I do now? Just play the fetch and see it go. Sadly, I cannot Ending Dried Arbor. I think I'm just gonna Brainstorm this turn and see what happens. Probably don't need this. Or just another Tundra. We're looking for the Illusionist now. It's not it. Gonna shuffle. Right. Okay. Interesting. What does that mean? That can mean something. I guess I'm gonna kill that and probably just Stoneforge. Question is, do I think I can kill them with Cauldron Complete, or is it too likely they have a Snuff Out? I think I'm just gonna get Shuko again. We'll see what they do. Okay, it's fine. Once upon a time, there was... Let's see what there was. Could be anything inside the Once Upon a Time. There could even be a boat. Yeah. There could be like a toy boat inside of it. Pretty sure a toy boat is an artifact creature. Plague Engineer, okay. Skyboat. Probably not Skyboat. Guess it'd be pirate ship, yeah? There's a lot of boats in Magic, chat. Alright. Okay. Okay. Maybe I should have gotten Culture Complete. It's so funny. Right. Your turn, opponent. Hope they don't have another one, I guess. Like, even if they have another in their deck, they can just go tutor it up with Fiend Artisan. And then I would probably have to, like, set up a situation where I, like, Teferi and then do everything in one turn. I feel like they probably don't play more than one Plague Engineer. We'll see what happens, I guess. Should I play around Opposition Agent getting my fetch off the Fiend Artisan activation is the question. I don't think I will. Okay. Grist. Okay. They have 2 cards. Alright, with the Brainstorm, I'm more inclined to wait. If I hadn't drawn a Brainstorm, I don't know what I do there. Maybe I'm going for it. Okay, that's a bad draw. I guess now, because I have 2 Illusionists, even if they have a Snuff Out, I can kind of just go for it, right? They have Snuff Out, it's fine. Because I have the second one in hand for next turn. Okay. It's fine. Yes. Get that one, I guess. Guess I'll attack Grist for 2 damage. Yeah, so next turn I can lead with Teferi, play the Illusionist, and I'll be safe. Yo, what's up, Seeker? Hope you're having a good one. Collector Oof was milled. Alright. Hi, Molly. Oh shit, do they have a hoof in hand? I don't think hoof is lethal. I think it's a few short, actually. Because it's only +3/+3, so it'll be 12 damage by my count. Right? 5 + 1 + 6 is 12. Okay, so I'll be at 4, then I'll lead with Teferi, Illusionist, and kill my opponent. If they had hit 2 symbiotes off the Grist milling, I actually would have died, which is kind of funny. No, you have to hit insects. It's not just lands, you have to hit insects. Which is basically a Wirewood symbiote or other Grists. Knew it. I knew they had fucking Snuff out. I'll yield. I'll yield. I'm just checking that I actually have enough Narcs in my deck for this. Always yes, always yield. I do have to mill basically most of my deck. I can go down 3 cards in deck. Can I just save targets? I can. So I can probably just click on it once and I'll do it. Let me see if that theory works. It does. Cool. You can auto-save the equip ability, MTGO. Okay. Mass Vandal? I should have checked their graveyard. Yeah, you're right. Anything else notable that people saw? Okay, so I guess Teferi was kind of useful there, weirdly enough. I guess Mass Vandal kills Cauldron Complete, which is kind of a banger. Oh, you didn't see Vandal? Okay. Oh, wait, I didn't even know them, so how would I know, right? Maybe I should just have the Tefhin and cut Cauldron Complete. I don't think I'm going to. I think I'll just submit and hope it works out. Was I on the play or draw this match? I think I was on the play, but I lost game 1. If you click the little extension thing, you should be able to see the deck. Contrabanda MTG. Alright. Sounds pretty good. It's an illusionist away from being a kill. and you have interaction. You can also go for the Culture Complete with this hand and see if it works out. Never mind. Okay. I will not mind. Also, my opponent sided into 61 cards, which is always amusing to see. Okay. You got it. Like, I'm getting milled? How would I mill them? Okay. Brainstorm's a good draw, obviously. Okay. I think I'm just gonna untap and pending it, because the plow is better at being mana efficient. I could also brainstorm pending off Island Plains, which might be better because of Wasteland. So I think I'm going to do that. Wait, that can go, and that can go. Yeah, you just get to cast Brainstorm a lot more often. That's definitely true. Which is definitely a banger. Could have also kept the Culture Complete instead of a land, but I think the land is better. Okay. Fuck. I wish I knew what was in their hand. You just finished finals? Congrats. Let me think about what to therapy them for. Should I therapy them for Snuff Out? I could therapy them for Grist as well, that sort of makes sense. They would have played Fiend Artisan. Natural Order? I don't know. Alright. I think I'm gonna therapy them for Snuff Out, then play Stoneforge. They also had Snuff Out, and they also had Snuff Out last game. If you watched the game, I actually think they probably have a mix of removal spells in their league, so it's like kind of hard. But I'm gonna name Snuff Out. Bang! Got him, chat! Got him! You see that? You fucking see that, chat? I still got the snipers! The Cabal Therapy snipers! We were both right, but I'm gonna get Culture Complete off this Stoneforge and try to kill him that way. Why did they keep this hand? I don't know. I guess they didn't want to mulligan again. Probably. Alright. I think we can cheese a Culture Complete, win this game. They went to 6 cards, Seeker. But maybe average 5 is better. I don't know. Right, so they're gonna cast... Oh, they can't. It's only 3 mana still. That doesn't work, opponent. There's no way you're casting Natural Order for 3 mana. Cauldron versus Progenitus. Well, they can't even cast Natural Order that turn, so that is not the worry here. I'm gonna hit for 6 and therapy them for Natural Order. Sacrificing Stone Forge Mystic, of course. Yo, Bizarre Boxes, thanks for the raid. Cabal Therapy was excellent this game, is what I will say. Waste me? Sure. You're at 10, opponent. Chat, who enjoyed that blind therapy hitting for Snuff Out? Type 1 in chat if you did. People typing 2? People typing 0? You fuckers. I mean that in the nicest way possible, by the way. 3. Chat, is this the biggest germ you've ever seen in your life? Probably not, because I've literally equipped Batterskull to a Culture Complete token. Rant about something MTG related. There's too many printings of cards nowadays. There's like 9,000 printings of every card, and it drives me insane. Force it, show dominance. Alright chat, I need to take a quick 3-minute break to run ads and go to the bathroom. I'll be back for match 3 after that. If you want to support the stream, hit that follow button. That's free to do. Thanks for being here from Bizarre Boxes stream. If you really want to support the stream, consider using a Twitch Prime sub or a regular sub. We open chests for that here, and all the support's appreciated. Be right back in 3 minutes. Thanks. Alright, I'm back for match 3. Did I miss anything? Doesn't look like it. SDE09. Does it keep? Let's think about it. So I can draw... Cantrip's good. Let's see. Let's actually think about this rationally. The lands are okay. How many outs do I have to Ashuko? 3 for Suspend 2. 5. 13 cantrips are sort of counting. And 3 Stoneforge. Whoops. Wait, so that was 3, 5. Nomads count. It's 8, 11. I think I'm supposed to keep, but it's close. Oh, I see. Okay. Land's not good, though. This might be a rare case where I quote-unquote fetch to thin, which is not really something that actually matters very often. Duress, okay. Not forcing that. Duress plus Ignoble Hierarchy is a weird one. I hope they don't have a Cabal Therapy here. That would be kind of disastrous. Jund Witherbloom combo? So that's reasonable. Took a force. Is Infect a... Oh, I guess it is Infect. Wow, my hands are blank fucking called it. Alright. How did you know my hands are blank? How did you fucking know? Chat. Chat. It's okay to draw Narcomoeba. I think it's less good to draw these fucking step-throughs. See, that would be 3, 4 poison? That's fine. That's not the one you want to counter. Yo, Fornia, welcome back. Thanks for being here. Let me know if I should open a chest for you after this. That's 5 poison. I'm not blocking. By the way, does anyone actually know the text on this card? You can fog. But it costs a lot of mana to fog. Alright, come on, deck! Come on! Chat! Oh my god! Did you see that draw? Chat, did you fucking see it? Oh my god, I can't believe that fucking happened. Holy shit. Holy shit, chat. Holy shit. Alright, Daze looks horrible. This is just like a straight up race, I think, for the most part. I think I can cut one step through. The Dazes are pretty awful, though. It's the last cut. Maybe it's just the second step through. It's so bad. Holy fuck. Right. GG? Well, the match isn't over yet. I did peel my way out of that one. Oh, look. It's very convenient. Right. Definitely a keep. Question is which land to play on turn 1. Okay, well, they can't kill me next turn, most likely. I'll just do this. If they tap out completely, then I'll do the thing. I think I'm probably going to go for it. I mean, Cabal Therapy is in the wrong zone in case if they have something, but... I see. That makes sense, actually. Okay, at least that ramps me. I don't have any Shukos left to go get, unfortunately, though. Which is kind of a problem. Guess I'll play Narcomoeba. And I'll probably Therapy my opponent for Invigorate. So that's like the best card in their deck. Rexian Crusader and 2 fetches. Okay. So if I find Nomads, I can also block the Crusader with Constructs, actually. So it's kind of convenient, too. I could have Flashback Therapy for the Crusader, but I don't think that matters enough. They already have an Infector. I mean, obviously the Crusader's better. I'm not going to worry about it too much because I can block it with Constructs for a little bit, so... I don't think that matters. I don't actually believe that matters very much, so I'm not going to. Right. Save 2 unknowns. Okay. The deck's really weird. I'll get the block-in while the block-in is good. Because if they draw a Rancor later, blocking later is worse. Like, generally you want to wait on blocking, but here it just gets worse for you, I think, if you wait. I'm going to brainstorm with the trigger on the stack to see if I should make a construct or not. Ending that... How good are these sagas, are the question. Or the saga. The fetch can definitely go. How good is that saga? How good is it to keep a pair of forces? I think I'm going to put these 2 back. Ending the Hierarch. Well, I'll float Ending the Hierarch and just hope to find Nomads on core. I guess there's only 3 in my deck. That's fine. That's fine. I guess alternatively, I could just make a token. Maybe that's better, to just make a token. Actually, it's probably better to just make a token, never mind. Keeping the land lets me cantrip into Nomads as an out, actually, so maybe it was better to keep a land instead of the second force, but then I don't have anything to pitch to force, so... Okay, this was the drawback, I guess, of all of this, of not playing out the Illusionist, because now they can take it. I could have forced it. I'm not even sure that's good. Maybe it was, actually. Okay, actually it probably was better to do that, given how much discards they've shown me. Show me a fuck ton of discard, actually. That's bad. I guess I can block with it, because you'd need to Dread Return it anyways. That's actually kind of okay, weirdly. I have 1 therapy, yeah. But my plan is to just block this twice, I think. I guess I can't let that go. Huh. This game suddenly became very hard. Let's see, I think I can't really win. Yeah, don't really see how I'm gonna get out of this one. I guess it involves drawing, like... That actually is a good draw. This is like part of the equation, honestly. Just keep chumping, like... Because the minute they draw Rancor, like, the chumps aren't even good. Okay, this is another part of the equation. So now I have to find Illusionists plus Nomads. And also, like... It just has to work out. Like, the mana has to work out, you know? Do I need to block this one? Probably not. This one's probably more valuable to keep the Nexus back. Okay. Alright. Well, good beats. Okay. I'm just gonna submit. I feel like I got varianced a little bit there, actually. But maybe I could have just played out my Illusionist and hoped to top deck. on that one turn. Yes. I guess. This is not my favorite hand, but I mean, we can shuffle the Dread Return away, but these are some cantrips that have to do a lot of work. I don't think it works out very well to play White Plume Adventure in this deck, if I had to guess. Holy shit, those are bad. That's better. I'm just gonna get Cauldron complete and put the pressure on them. Given that they've shown me choke and shit, like... Didn't want to play Brainstorm into a Pyro anyways, so this plan just looks kind of better to me. You know? Alright. I'm also not gonna lie. Well, there's no Scrubland in my deck, so... I'm not gonna lie, I haven't given a lot of thought to WPA in this deck specifically, but I don't think this deck, what do I call it? What's the best way of putting it? This deck is not really aggressive enough to do that, I think, as well. Just gonna get Shuko and equip. I don't think making a contract does very much. Alright, they're exactly at 7, so next turn, if they don't do anything relevant, I will kill them. I see. Alright, we take those. Okay, so 2-1 so far. We're still alive for the 4-1. And thanks for everyone being here. I feel like I got unlucky in Game 2 of the last match, but then Game 3 my opponent got unlucky. Round 1 was Izzet Splash Black Delver. It wasn't straight Grixis, but they had like a Badlands in their deck or whatever, you know? Yo, Turtle Power, thanks for the resub. Let me know if I should open a chest for you. like low end keep, I think, but I do think it's a keep. I think those are good enough because they dig a bunch that I should keep. Black Splash for initiative hit. Okay. I think this is probably Doomsday. We'll find out soon, I suppose. Feels like Doomsday to me anyways. Okay, I'm probably keeping this time. Question is, what do I put back? Probably Narcomoeba and a Saga. I guess I'll say go. I kind of want to slam Teferi the next turn. I could have pondered off Tundra as well. It might be Shadow, I guess. Yeah, that's fine. Gonna slam. Okay, I think it is Shadow or Doomsday. I'm gonna pitch the Ponder. I think I actually do want that. Cool. If they recast the Strix, I don't give a fuck. It's also secretly fine, which is kind of funny to say. Alright. So Strix damage is going to just be checking Teferi, but it doesn't really do anything besides that. I'll cycle Step Through for Illusionist, and then kill them on my turn with Teferi in play, so... I will have to therapy myself for Dread Return, but that's fine. Okay. What's up, Montoya? Hope you're having a good one. Oh, that's less good. Alright. I don't want to cycle Step Through because then they can just take my Illusionist that I find. So if they take the Step Through, I'll just have to cast Ponder off the Teferi Plus instead. If I find Illusionists, they're dead. Right. Alright, so yeah, they are Shadow, which was like very predictable. Okay. Guess I should keep that. And now it's just a Hail Mary because like it all falls apart if they get another turn, really. Ding. Tries are done. Had it. Teferi 3 is really good versus these decks. Alright, save targets, clip. Oh, yield. Oh, yield. Click. 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 Alright. It, like, killing your opponent with that is actually pretty fast on MTGO. Alright, Teferis are really good. I think step through is actually pretty important versus them. Then I'm going to cut Daze. Honestly. Maybe I cut one step through. I think the removal is really good. What else can I cut? No, I'll just cut the second step through. You could make an argument for Fluster, or... Well, really only Fluster because they're blue-black, but I don't think you want it. No, I don't think so, but it's still make close. Oh, fuck. Do I keep? It's kind of awful. I hate mulliganing versus Shadow so much. I guess like reluctant keep is how I would put it. Okay, that's fine. Definitely not running that into there because of Daze. But this is like... I think this card's easier for this deck to beat than it would be for a lot of other decks. Like, you have endings, you have Teferi 3, like... It's a speed bump, to be sure, but... Step through can only bounce creatures, right? Ah, you got the Oracle, that's right. Right, you're right. Okay. Do I want to kill it? I think I do now, actually. I don't really want to let them waste me, so I'm gonna just do this. That's fine. Possibly I should have shuffled that Ponder, actually, but I'm not sure. It's kind of close. Interesting, I see. Okay. Yeah, I should have... I think what I did was not actually very good, honestly, but... I think I'm just gonna get Culture Complete and see if I can kill them with it. It's kind of like... If I had more removal for these, I might reconsider, but okay, that's fine. Okay. This is a breakfast for Selfwoods or a breakfast of Selfwoods? Who can say really? Alright, so they're presenting 7. Maybe I just have to fade for a turn or two, because the problem is if I play Teferi and minus on the Voidwalker, they just like get to redo all of their shit, right? I mean, of course it's risky. Maybe I should just hope to draw a plow or an ending in the next cycle or two. Okay, I guess I'm playing Teferi this turn. Actually, if I draw a plow for that, that would be good. Okay, I guess I'll brainstorm first. Have I been liking breakfast? Well, let's figure out what I need to do to not die. Probably this goes back. I'll have 4 mana total, so I can ending that. Still doesn't really work. But being at 9, I have to like answer their creatures and just hope it works out for me. Yeah, I think that's my best shot, I agree. But it's... obviously it doesn't feel great. I guess I could actually play the Nomads instead to play around Days, right? They played a Days yet? Pitched one to Force. Right. I guess it's like better to play Nomads actually. Source versus Plague Engineer, I suppose. Guess if I lose Engineer, so be it. Okay. Alright. Guess I lose that 100% of the time. Kinda sucks. I almost worked through all of their shit, but... do I want Days on the play? Probably not. Again, Fluster did not look good versus their configuration, really, so I'm not gonna bother with it. I just submit and call it a day. It's definitely a matchup where I just want to fetch basics as well and just develop my mana stably. Is it crazy to shuffle this? I'm going to. I think this is better. Interesting. I think I'm gonna play into Daze. I don't really care if they Daze this. I think my creature's a lock to get killed, so I will get the Shuko, but... By the way, chat, don't just like EOT Snuff Out. You can wait until your turn to cast Snuff Out. Like, have a reason why you're EOTing it, in my opinion, but, you know, whatevs. Just gonna remove their clock. They force this, I don't really care, it's fine. Oh, fuck, they did. I'm gonna shuffle that. Okay, that's worse, but that's okay. Okay, that's good. I don't think Lands is great, no. I beat Lands twice in EW pretty handily as Izzet Delver. Okay. See what they do. Two flying. Okay. It's fine. I'm trying to get value out of all my cards. I'm gonna hold these for Brainstorm though. One's a coward? A little bit, yeah. Okay, it's fine. Alright, chat, we finally found a time for Saga Beatdown. This is the situation, chat. Time is always immediately after your opponent puts E not on 0, that's true. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised. Well, we'll see what happens, but I was about to say something that might jinx me, so I decided not to say it instead. Some Merc. That's a decision you can make, I guess. I think I would have not done it like that, really, but... So I'll brainstorm first and see what's up. Okay, I have a second Shuko. So if I initiate by doing that, I can go... Yeah, I have exactly enough. I can always redraw a land anyways, so... This is a very bad sign for them. I know they're unlikely to give me the draw, but that's fine. Like, I have them dead. I have them anyways, so... Actually, I guess I should have checked to see if I've sideboarded out the second Juko. Right, I didn't. Boom. Yeah, we're not doing the Saga beatdown. Really, Teferi won the game, obviously. Like, it wasn't particularly close. Alright, we're 3-1 so far. The beatdown was tapping for mana. Yeah. A lot of these blue matchups in Legacy are just about pacing your mana / cantripping versus their mana / cantripping. The beatdown was definitely having Teferi 3, yeah. Teferi 3, great magic card. Or poorly designed magic card, depending on who you ask. Yeah, cantrip pacing is something that's like very difficult to teach, I think. Ruby Storm, this is like a Ruby Storm one trick. This hand's pretty good versus Ruby Storm, so I'm gonna keep. By the way, thanks for everyone being here. If you want to support the stream, hit that follow button. That's free to do, it helps support the stream. If you really want to support the stream, consider using a Twitch Prime sub. We open chests for that here. Let's see if they're Ruby or not. Oh. Okay, it might be Belcher. So I have 2 cards. If I force this, can they really realistically recover? If I don't force it, they could have Spirit Guide, Empty Thorns, right? I'm gonna force it. I'm paranoid. The key choke point for their deck is 4 because of Empty the Warrens. Right. I'm just gonna get Tundra and play Ponder. Shuffle. This might be a Cauldron complete, hope to kill them sort of game. Charbelcher? Alright, well. Daze was obviously super good there. That's super good too. They think it's a Cauldron complete sort of game now. Anyways, the reason to force Tinderwall is to cut off Empty the Warrens killing you. Because like an Empty for 6 I think would have killed me. Oh, this kills faster actually. Alright, guess I'm... Yeah, just Shuko's and Cauldron. But Shuko plus Illusionist will be lethal next turn. Assuming I don't have to force something, which I don't think I will have to, most likely. Always force Tinderwall? I'm not sure I would say always force Tinderwall, but... I was on the play or draw this game. I was on the draw, but draw versus play in this matchup doesn't really matter that much, because the games don't last very long. I guess it matters in that I don't get to like cast a cantrip looking for a force. Okay. They're probably getting like... Alright, they got Echo Beyonds. Yeah, makes sense. But I will kill them. Note, I do have to therapy myself for the Thassa's Oracle this game. That's fine. Just making sure there's nothing weird that could happen. Alright. These are good. This is fine. These are good. I think this is not a step through matchup, and I also don't think Cauldron Complete matters enough of the time. Question is, what else doesn't matter? Fairy 3 is also, like, not great. Could also see Saga not mattering, like... In a weird sort of way, like, Saga doesn't really matter. What matters is a wall of counterspells, not a colorless mana source. I could be wrong about the Cauldron Complete, though. I think comboing them is probably more reliable. Surgical is kind of a meme versus Belcher, honestly. I'll just submit this. I think it's actually good to cut Saga in this matchup. Alright, it's fine. I'm more wary of Veil of Summer and Pyroblast in the postboard game versus Charbelcher, but it is what it is. Alright, I get to see their hand. Okay, so now I know their entire hand, so if I force the gamble, I'm mostly in the clear. I could also let them thin their deck of a gamble, actually, which is probably more correct. Alright, well, now they have no hand, and they're fucked. Yeah, I mean, like, they spent 6 cards to cast a draw 7, floating 7, and they have no hand now, so I'm probably heavy favorite. I've been Nomad, so if I peel an Illusionist, they're also down turn 2. I'm not casting a Brainstorm yet. I think they shouldn't have cracked the second LED, I agree. Like, that seemed a little bit aggressive to me, but, you know. Oh god, did they draw a Blast? Okay. It would have been kind of a disaster if they'd drawn a Blast right there, I guess. Right. I'm gonna leave up Beb this turn and then shuffle Ponder next turn, probably. Wrong half. That's fine. Well, I found all of the wrong half. Okay. Let's get some beatdowns going. That's good. Having her clock powerful magic. Yeah. That's how it be sometimes. What avatar is this? Stone Vitality, huh? The Nomads might have been fast enough. I don't want to risk it. Alright, sure. I'm gonna blast it. I don't want to take any risks. What if they have Galvanic Relay? Wait, did I know about that? If I did, I probably should have shuffled it away. Thought I shuffled in between though. Okay. Fuck, it's an 0-3? Maybe they won't block. Actually, I shouldn't even really give them an opportunity. Alright. I think this is actually safe. The Tendervault end it. Absolutely not on it. They have no hand again, so now I can start beating down for 3. Little Santa hat for my wage? I didn't think about it, no. I don't know, like, it's kind of far up on my wall to do that as well. It's kind of a pain in the butt to edit that. Okay. This song's a banger. Alright, Norax lethal next turn, so I think this should be a check mark. We were apparently Esper beats this game. Shuko dealing a lot of damage. Alright, 4-1, chat. We got a 4-1 with the breakfast. Kind of sped run that match. Spirit Shitter beats. Question is, do I want to play through an entire another league? I guess maybe. Actually, I have about 2 hours. Tell you what, chat, I'm gonna run a quick 3-minute break. I think I will start another league. Again, if you want to support the stream, hit that follow button. That's free to do. Squadron Hawk time. Nah, I'm gonna try breakfast again. I think for 5 more matches. So prediction up. I'm gonna run a quick 3-minute break. I'll be right back for week number 2 and 3 minutes. Thanks for being here. Alright, I'm back. Again, thanks for everyone being here. We're about to start another league with breakfast. Get your predictions in. If you want to support the stream and you're new to the stream, hit that follow button. That's free to do. If you really want to support the stream, consider using a Twitch Prime sub here or subbing regularly. We open chests for that sort of thing. Twitch Wrapped. Guess let me see if I can find it. Where is the Twitch Wrapped? Let me see if I can find it real quick. I'm looking for it. Twitch Wrapped. Twitch Wrapped. Oh, Twitch Recap, maybe? Twitch Recap. Oh, it's on my dashboard. Wait, where is it on my dashboard? Let me see if I can find it. Looking for it. Am I an idiot? Maybe. I'm looking for this real quick because Orem asked. Where is it? Dashboard. Oh. Is this it? This might be it. Wait, this is community. How do I find mine? Fuck. Okay. Streamer. I guess this is the one you wanted to look at? People really like using Jarvis Clap, apparently. Kappa. I loved Magic the Gathering so much that I'm the top 1% of all of its streamers. I see. No, I'm not surprised. That was the intent. Alright. Okay, back to the league. We're not changing anything. Deck's obviously perfect. Got some free content. Maybe, I guess. Nope, this is not it. On 5, do I keep? Probably. This is kind of depressing, though. I guess I can draw, like, blues for Cephalid Illusionist, which would be the nuts. Tomb. No thanks. I'm always forcing the Entomb there, because if you cut off their graveyard, then... Well, if you cut off them having a big creature in the graveyard, you don't have to force all of their reanimates, so it's generally correct to do that. Oh god, do they have Brutality here? That would be brutal. Pun intended. Looks like they do. Fuck. It's Iona? I don't know, they double escalated, I see. Okay. I think I tried my best, right? Right, Francis? I think I'm gonna lose easily, but I did try my best, right? I can beat Iona? I can. I can't beat Archon of Cruelty, which is also in the graveyard. Like, this Archon seems actually unbeatable, so... Maybe they won't see it. Didn't they literally discard it to their Brutality on purpose? Alright, I'm leaving the game. Maybe I should leave Teferi in. Probably not. I don't think you really want it to get to that point. Do I want Culture Complete? Do I want the Sagas? I think I'm gonna shave 2 Sagas again. This is like the Belcher matchup, except the Blasts don't come in, and I think Surgical is obviously good. Nice chat. Anyone having a good Thursday as well? I feel like Saga in this deck is just for Shuko, which is kind of weird, but... I don't know. You can ask FGC in the chat, because I think he was the person who played out 4 seasons first. Slash has been playing it a bunch on MTGO, I think. Any other channel point gamblers? Any gamblers in the chat? Gambling is bad. Okay. Anything else? Besides gambling is bad? It's like a reluctant keep. It's not insane, obviously, but... I don't like mulliganing in this matchup. Okay, that's not good. How many Teferis did I leave in? 1. Great. There's another prediction if you scroll around. Yeah. Did I leave in Culture Complete? I did, so this is probably a more likely plan to work, honestly. I'm glad they ran Entomb right into Daze. It makes it easier for me. It's an okay draw, actually. I'm not going to use it this turn. Your 4-1 prediction's looking dicey. Look, there's a lot of time before 5 matches are up. There's a lot of time. Grief. It's probably not good for my health either. Get pitched, unmask. Alright. Nice to have the Oracle in hand, less so now. I can't really justify forcing this Grief, though. I think that I will die 100% of the time if I do. Okay. Guess they take Brainstorm here? It's like a game where I actually want Plow in my deck versus them, but I would say Plow versus Reanimator tends to be a trap. I'm getting Recto scammed from Modern right now, which is Animate Dead style. Alright, they did take the Oracle, which means I'm locked out of that stuff completely. Right. I think I'm just gonna play this. Take go. I think this race is good for me if they, yeah, they can't even attack. Okay. I cast Brainstorm looking for Stoneforge. Does this even do anything? No, my Oracle's gone, which is sad. It's okay. I'll play it as a 2-mana 1/1, I guess. I'm probably gonna lose this game very easily. Having the ley line and the opener also made this game kind of weird, because like, if there wasn't a ley line I would have killed them through this as well, but that's how it is sometimes. Okay. It's fine. Can I just cast it, look for Stoneforge? Bad. There you go. This is a Pepega game. I could mill the bad cards off, or I could just shuffle. It's kind of identical, right? This game is so fucking stupid, holy shit. One loses a life? I guess. Okay, cool. That's actually a real thing. Oh, maybe I should have done it then, you're right. Okay. Good call. Voidwalker. Alright. Wow, I really don't want to be on this plan versus them, do I? Wait. I think this works the way I want it to. I can just triple block and put all of the shields on that and prevent the damage. Right? Looks like it works to me. I mean, I mill 6 cards, but whatever. That's fine. So how do Voidwalker and Leyline the Void interact? Do I get to choose a replacement fact? I assume I should be able to, right? I pick. So now I can attack because they don't have any, they don't have a 2-2 available to block. You may grief. Okay, sure. I guess that was the point of that. It's fine. Am I going to win a weird game like this? Maybe. It's probably a matchup we're having, like... Yeah, that's fine. Is it even letting me pick the replacement effect, or is it just defaulting to Leyline? I haven't ever been asked to pick the replacement effect, right? Okay. The default's a better one for me? Okay, cool. Guess I'm just gonna hard cast. Probably should have checked to see that I actually had a land left, but I was pretty sure I did. Actually, if I equip there, that one can attack as well. It's, I guess, slightly better for me. Alright, your turn, opponent. The opponent chooses a replacement, then why don't all of my cards have, like, weird void counters on them? I think my opponent's dead. They have 2 toughness of blocking if I right-click attack all. This is 7, 8, 9 minus 2, so that's lethal. Alright, cool. Can't believe I won that game. Holy shit on it. Holy shit. Alright, if that's what's going to happen, I think I should shave even more down on the combo, right? Like maybe cut like 2 Nomads for like Saga and Teferi. Vesper Stoneblade. Kriegasm indeed. Do I want someone for ending or plows for the Voidwalkers is the other question. I feel like I just want Teferis, really. Might cut 1 days on the draw. Maybe we'll cut 2 days and put the 3rd Saga back in, actually, in case if the game looks like that again. Getting waylined again, of course. Okay, it's fine. That's fine. I almost fawned it, then I looked at the surgical in my hand. They've mulliganed twice, chat. Now I just need a Stoneforge Mystic and a Cauldron complete. This whole brand, huh? Powerful magic card. Okay. I see. Fascinating. I don't know why there's a Ratchet Bomb in their deck versus me. I feel like this is like classic overboarding, right? They have 2 Layla in the Voids and a Ratchet Bomb in versus me. Okay. I think I can shuffle that away. I'm just looking for Stoneforge Mystic, really. I feel like I'm in really good position this game. I have a plan, chat. My plan is smack my opponent with Cauldron complete a few times. Because I could also play a Ponder, actually. Should have played a Ponder first, most likely. This is also fine. Second Stoneforge is not that appealing. I guess if the first one gets killed, I wanted the ability to Ponder into it, but the Saga and the Ponder are the real prize there. Is that even good? A second one? I guess it opens up out to kill my opponent with both of the Teferis, so this seems kind of reasonable, but I don't think it's really going to get to that point. Alright, that was weird. I think they kept a hand they shouldn't have kept, really. Alright. Won that one. 2-1. So we're 5-1 today so far. Chad, anyone have anything exciting going on so far? Probably gonna play some MTGO tomorrow morning as well. I don't know what I'm gonna do exactly. No. Nothing exciting. Let's see. You got Julian to try Eggnog for the first time? Eggnog's like exactly fine, I feel like. Is this a keep? I'll keep for science, I think. I suspect it might not be a keep actually, but I'm not a huge Eggnog fan either. It's better as a mixer for certain drinks, I feel like. But it's also not my favorite. So, how are you doing, Baby Bros? Hope you're doing well. Happy almost holidays. This was my plan. Turn one this. Yo, Jab Jabber, thanks for the raid. I was wondering how long you were gonna stream for. Oh shit. Was I supposed to play land for days? Maybe. Come on, just be a fucking initiative creature. Alright. We can probably beat that one. Chat. I think we can beat that one. Plains. So what do I want to therapy here? Maybe I just therapy for solitude. It's one league. Oh, I see. Maybe I'm just gonna therapy for solitude. Spirit Realm. Oh, fuck. That interferes with the combo for one turn, but I guess it'll be okay as long as they don't get killed. Kind of hope they just draw another initiative creature and cast it, and I can kill them. Alright, guess not. It's fine. Float. Get the Shuko. This only buys them one turn with the touch anyways. If it was Nomads, they could still buy a turn with their thing if they were careful. Alright, so yeah, they're gonna flicker now, which is fine. Okay. So they have to kill me next turn, is how this works. Or they need like enough disruption to not die to the combo next turn. Or they need to kill this. at 11. I'll go to 8. And it's just these two, so if they don't have anything, they're dead next turn. Alright. We win. Chat, we win. We want a mixture of these. Orzhov Initiative. Win. A speculative keep paid off, which is kind of weird. I don't know if the Orzhov version usually plays a Chalice of the Void or not, which is kind of what I'm thinking about. Does anyone know if the Orzhov version plays like Chalice and shit? I saw a list for it, then I forgot where I saw it, but you can say. I don't know. I'm just gonna cut cards at random then, instead. 2 days and 1 saga. You think I should sideboard the same either way? I'm not sure. Not sure. Really not sure, actually, but, you know, that's how it is. Well, I can't combo kill, but this is a Cauldron Complete with Force, so I'm gonna keep. The Dread Return is obviously a dead card, but this would be a pretty good 6-card hand, so... Could not force that fast enough, really? They don't have another one, cool. So I'm gonna play Stoneforge. Just gonna get Cauldron Complete. Safer. They don't have white for the Touch the Spirit Realm right now. Guess I get punished by Dismember, but this is a good backup plan now, so... I forgot how good Stoneforge Mystic is versus, like, weird decks that try to, like, cut you off in weird ways. Like, it's pretty fantastic here, not gonna lie. Okay. I think I'm just gonna attack for 6 and make a construct. Yeah, Cauldron Complete is just, like, kind of a 1-card combo in itself, if that makes sense, right? It just, like, attacks for 1,000 damage. Right. Now they might have Touch the Spirit Realm for my thing, but I think the damage is done, pun intended. Juko beatdowns, chat. Where the fuck did my other Shuko go? Did I side one out again? I should just stop doing that. That's fine. Spread the damage out. Right. Culture Complete took all the fun out of the Stoneforge matchups. I see. Okay. I guess my board has been decimated. It's not ideal. And Ephemerate's gonna kill my last one on their upkeep. So they're really Rakdos scam in disguise. Like, they're the modern deck ported over. Yeah, I mean, Ephemerate's really good in the mirror matches as well, so it makes sense, obviously. Why is the deck called Self-Led Breakfast? Why wouldn't it be called Self-Led Breakfast? Do you know your Magic history, Lyserg? I named Solitude. Save Traders. It didn't matter what I named. A lot of deck names used to be just named after, like, breakfast items, basically. So that's why. Looking for an illusionist still, because I think it's the easiest way to win now that the game looks like this. If I found a plow, that's probably good enough, though. Like, just plowing their Dungeoneer. Okay, that's probably acceptable enough that I should not shuffle. F3, yeah, but I didn't find that either, you know. Yep. I know their last card is Save Traders. I know this is completely safe. Actually, I should have taken the Brainstorm, I think, off of that. But too late now. Also, I'm one land off of just equipping. So, say go. If I equip the Culture Complete, the game ends as well, so... Also, if I go into Forge, the game's kind of over. Yeah, I should have taken the Brainstorm, actually, but that's okay. I think we're still ahead, probably. Also, I should have just plowed on my turn because of Ephemerate. Oh, also, I forgot to move the Shuko over. Whoops. Which I should have done as well. Right, well. Guess I'll forge onto Stoneforge Mystic. So, hold on. I can float one, flashback therapy, daze my therapy, replay the land, equip. Right? 2 therapy, hold priority, float blue, therapy, daze my Ellen back, equip there. Seems like I should do it, yeah. Very important I hold priority though. How many people have seen that play before? I would have lost Hardcore to another Solitude, but they would have had to draw one of their 3 remaining Solitudes right there. Alright, chat. Gonna take a quick 3-minute break again. We'll be back for the last 3 matches. We are 2-0. Again, thanks for being here. If you want to support the stream, hit that follow button. That's free to do. If you really want to support the stream, consider using a Twitch Prime sub or regular sub. We open chests. And hopefully my awesome Twitch hires show off the emotes that you get for subbing. So be right back in 3 minutes. Thanks for being here. Alright. I'm back. Let's play match number 3. Probably play some more MTGO tomorrow morning. Did the Prelim actually fire? I'm kind of curious. Kane, did it actually fire? Can't actually see it. Why is there a preliminary... Oh, I don't know. Is that foe? This? This is a glass of water. Made 15 mistakes on track to win. Maybe it was something like that. What's up, XJ? We're 6-1 with Cephalid so far. XJ, you missed me dazing my oak Cabal Therapy, floating a mana, equipping Cauldron Complete to a Narcomoeba wearing Shuko. For lethal damage versus Ordre Initiative. In this last match. So I guess a lot of wild shit has been going on. Also, don't forget Heroes in a Half Shell. Very important. Teferi's really good. Every time I play with Teferi 3, I'm just like, what a ridiculous card. Also, do we know if Aquith is still streaming on Thursdays? Anyone? It was scam, yeah. I made the remark that it seemed like Rakdos scam from Modern. It was just trying to get me with Ephemerate. Okay, he usually is. I wasn't sure, but we're actually in a position where I can pay it forward to him in a bit. I obviously wasn't free last Thursday. I was driving to the place. I'm just gonna ponder off Tundra on turn 1 and see what's up. I'll probably keep any Daze, Force, or Illusionist. Perfect. I think I might bury the Illusionist 1 deep and just see what's going on from my opponent. But this hand's pretty good now. Like, I can probably kill on turn 3 with Force backup, depending on what they do. But my one loss was to, like, Izzet Splash Black Delver. This is like Depths or Elves or some shit. This could be like a Bant deck, technically. Oh, whoops. Actually, I guess... I shouldn't have played this land so fast. I think I might regret playing that land now, but it's okay. I should have played my fetch out, I think. Wow, really? This is fucking disrespectful. I mean, what's disrespectful about this is not the art, but fetching with Heath versus Tundra is kind of disrespectful. Like, you're just like, yeah, I know you don't have Swords to Plowshares. I'm going to try to kill my opponent next turn, chat. It's fine. I guess if they play Allosaurus Shepherd right here, I'll kind of regret it. Fuck. Okay, good. Still casting Brainstorm. Okay. Is that even true, Matt? Anyways, this hand beats Endurance. I'll show you how. Chat. Save targets. Yield. So you just have to therapy them and make sure you don't fuck it up. Noise yes. Noise yield. Looking for therapy to therapy them for endurance first. Do I have thoughts about... yeah, I think that deck's a lot better versus initiative than the slow grindy deck. Like, basically, Reed, I think, went 2-1 versus initiative, whereas I think, like, the slower deck has issues, if I had to guess. Okay. Okay. So I was going to therapy endurance, and they couldn't do much about it there. So the question is if my opponent has Leyline of the Void. Reed had Leyline of the Void, and that kind of makes it hard to kill your opponent with combo kill. So I think I'm just going to cut the step-throughs, one Shuko, and I'm going to side in the Plows, and probably the endings. And I'll go down to one Saga. Oh, Teferi or step-through to combo? Yeah, maybe I shouldn't cut the step-throughs then. Okay, maybe I'm citing them out too much. Should I side out Cauldron Complete then? The problem is needing more cards to kill your opponent makes it harder, right? You don't think Cauldron? Alright. I'll cut Cauldron then. Oh, Daze is kind of shit, actually. Alright. Cut 2 Dazes. I'll cut another and put the Shuko back in, actually. Alright, well, this hand is extremely bad. Was that in the play game one? I was. Could a blue natural order deck be good again? I was thinking about that. I don't know how to build it, though, is the problem, I suppose. Okay, sure. Oh, what's up, Ozzy? Hope you're having a good one. Dramatic ending, sure. think I'm just gonna play it out. In case if I draw Illusionist next turn. Annoyed Altusser? Is that the Cascade idiot? Oh, I was correct that Annoyed Altusser is a Cascade idiot. Well, what is what is Apex Altusser? I guess is the question. Want to daze that? Not particularly. Sup, Juju Bean? Congrats again. Hope you're having a good one, Bean. It's been 60 cards for a little bit. Okay, that's pretty good. Can sandbag the Nomads? Okay, how do I want to play this, actually? Actually, called Bean, please stop beating me when we play. Please and thanks. See, Bean has to just show you that the Zoomers are better than the Boomers at Magic. Right? Right. You're always a worthy opponent. Is everyone in this chat a worthy opponent for the Bean? I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I think I might want to keep the Teferi, honestly, but that might be maniacal. I also sort of wanted... I think I'm going to tuck Teferi and Strand, actually. And just plow the Arbor off with another Tundra. The reason I'm keeping another Nomads is if they kill it with Snuff Out. But I think I like doing this, to just deny the mana. I think putting the land back is better than putting the second Nomads back, just in case if something weird happens. The Snuff Outs aren't random. I think they're just kind of good, honestly. Well, I think Daze basically beats most of what they can do. I also have a Cabal. I still have Cabal Therapy. All right. So I just killed my opponent on turn 3. Again. Reed borrowed a Snuff Out from me at Philly, actually. And the funniest story is my Snuff Outs are in traditional Chinese. So Reed had to call a judge to see if Snuff Out said non-artifact on it. Which was kind of funny. Well, it was a clean cut to 9th. So I don't think Reed actually felt bad. Like, it's not a big deal. You know, shit happens all the time. Anyways, we went 4-1 and we're 3-0 now, so we're 7-1 with the deck so far today. Which is not bad. We're farming those chests. I'm gonna shill for some Twitch Prime subs. Not many people have subbed today. Just saying. Yeah, there's no difference between 9th and 15th in that tournament. Up into including the prize payout as well, I believe. I mean, obviously you would rather be in top 8, but Reed knew if he won his last round that was likely to be a clean cut. I guess. Should I open a chest for you, XJ? And thanks again. You're always appreciated here. Stable Voodoo. That's kind of a sick name. Actually. This person... I feel like this person plays 8-caster Moon Stompy. I don't know why. I have to, unfortunately. It's kind of dog shit, though. So 2 turns later, I'll have this, but... Let's see. 2 turns later, I'll have this, but if they spellbinder me again... I guess maybe I should just play the Saga anyways. So I'll do that. Dungeoneer. Looks like a Dungeoneer. I was thinking about it, but the problem is it makes the Illusionist cost so much that I feel like I have to. Well, maybe that's wrong. I certainly thought about it a bunch, you know? Well, this deck doesn't really play Wasteland very often anymore, Big King. Only in Vintage does it play Wasteland. So the Wasteland thing doesn't really matter. I don't really want to cast this just in case they have Ballista, though. So I think I'm actually going to ponder... Maybe looking for Daze would be good. I'll just ponder looking for Daze, which is kind of weird. That sounds like an old version, because, like, I didn't ever really consider Wasteland in the deck, because the deck really wants Caverns, Soul Lands. Caverns and Soul Lands. No, you can therapy yourself. But I might keep this anyway because of the Brainstorm putting it back. Because, well, it's complicated. If they Chalice me, the Dread Return being here is bad. So that's the consideration I'm thinking about. But I think I'm probably supposed to just keep this and take my lumps. Yeah, exactly. That was my conclusion. It went to Lost Well.
It's quiet. Too quiet. I'll check it out.
Fuck. Maybe I should have cultured up. Yeah, maybe I should have.
I see him up ahead. Let's rock and roll.
So now I have to, like... Oh god, this is so hard now. Fuck. Just draw a step through. Well, I haven't. God, if this weren't here... Maybe they'll concede anyways. Kind of hopeful thinking, I suppose. Alright, guess they didn't. Okay. Alright, guess I'll say go then. If I draw the Oracle too, it works, right? Okay. To make a 1/1 fire? Oh, that's a good point. I should have. So I need to draw a UC before I die? A UC or a fetch before I die? Well, it's game 1, I don't have ending, right? Yeah, they're sideboarded. I need fetch. Okay, so a fetch. So I should. Well, so I have to cast Illusionist and I have to draw a fetch land. Okay. So if I draw a fetch land, I'll kill my opponent. But if I fetch land or UC wins on the spot. But everything else, I think, is basically... I don't have a swamp in my deck, so getting a 1/1 flyer to get to initiative is not even that appealing. Yeah, Aether Vial is not very good, I think. It's really slow, is the problem. Like, Legacy's fast nowadays. Teferi works if they have nothing. True. Okay, so I guess I'm drawing to a bunch of outs, actually, but that's fine. Yeah, I can't beat anything, so I should just try to get lucky, you know? That's the problem. Initiative doesn't really give you a lot of time to, like, work up. Well, I mean, the Dread Return was also in my fucking hand, is the other problem, but I also just didn't have time to, like, work around this weird corner case, because I was getting killed so fast, you know? So if they hit Solitude, I probably can't win anymore. You can't do that. I would have done that 7 turns ago. Please, try to think about what actually happened in this game before suggesting a play that doesn't work. I think also it was impossible for them to miss, but, you know, I had a slight hope. So, if you're on mobile and you assume I'm relatively competent, you might want to just ask yourself, why isn't he casting Brainstorm to put Dread Return back when it's clear that that's very clearly correct. This will also help you versus your opponents if you don't assume that they're idiots when you play against them, because you will try to figure out why they do something. I don't think it is from this deck. I think it might be right as Is It, but not as this deck. I also have Fawn in versus White as Is It anyways, because to attack Chalice of the Void. But I think this deck can sort of ignore Chalice more. Oh, this is the matchup where I think I will Shave Ponder because of Chalice. But yeah, I also think it's just different vintage, you know? Fuck. That's like really bad too. Do I keep anyways? Is this better than an average 5? I think it's like reluctant keep, but it's kind of dog shit. I wouldn't blame people for mulliganing this, but I'm gonna keep. 5 is better? Alright. I done goofed then. I done goofed. It's almost the nuts, but the Thalia means you have to delay 1 turn. Shouldn't have played Saga out, I think, but that's okay. Okay, nice. I successfully baited that. Stu, you can't kill with a Thalia out because the Dread Return costs 1 mana to flash back because of Thalia. If that answers the question. Well, I mean, yeah. Now I'm going to try to kill them because I think it's too risky otherwise. I also think it's awkward, but what am I going to do about it? There isn't, no. Alright, game 3 I'll be on the draw. Maybe it is worth having Fawn. Probably cut days for Fawn, actually. Makes sense. Alright. Do that. I wasn't sure if they were on Macabre still or not. Obviously, it's terrifying right there, but what can I do about it, right? Did I win the Daryl in game 1? Did. But I lost. Yeah, drawing the therapy secretly could have killed me, but I don't know, like, that's just the price of doing business, I think, with the deck. I feel like I recognize my opponent's username. I don't know why. Like Reluctant Keep, I feel like. Okay. That's a good draw. Oops. Right. It's a shuffle. That's bad. Okay, it's fine. That's a really good draw, actually. Brainstorm's like the perfect draw right there. Okay. Oh, wait. Maybe I put the ending back as well. This is kind of just not very good. I think I'm gonna do that and just plow the Spellbinder, probably. Brainstorm was so insane right there. Holy fuck. How good was that Brainstorm, chat? Okay. It's bad into Chalice. I'm not even sure it's even that bad, honestly, but it's kind of bad, I suppose. But I think they would have played Chalice on one. So they went City, Petal, Crack to play a 3-drop. If they have a Chalice, isn't it just better for them to play City Chalice on one? So for them to have Chalice, they would have had to top deck it in the last 2 turns. right? Yeah, no, like, that's the thing about Magic, and I think people don't appreciate. There's a lot of stories that are told just playing the matches out, you know? Alright, I definitely don't want to draw that Narcomoeba. Yeah, no, they went turn 1 WPA, so I just wrote off Chalice being in their hand. It's, like, kind of impossible for it to be there, you know? Yeah, it's fine. I was gonna keep the Shuko and shuffle the other two away, because they're, like, dog shit. If they're not killing me really fast, I might try to get to 5 lands to play Teferi first. But we'll see what happens. Like, I'm not sure... Well, the other problem is, if they have touched the Spirit Realm, they could just, like, O-ring my Shuko. Well, yeah, I only want to draw that Shuko and none of the other cards, right? Okay. I thought there was a good chance that this would happen. That's fine. I'm gonna play this one out. So if I draw something, I can use it. Now it kind of looks awful that I played out the Shuko, but whatever. Well, I guess a land lets me play Teferi and bounce the touch, right? So actually this is fine. Okay, well, that's fine. I don't know what they're gonna name. It should probably be Teferi, right? Don't think you can really name anything else besides Teferi Time Raveler here. Yeah, exactly. I think they have to name Teferi. Why would you name Shuko? If you don't name Teferi, I just play... Oh no, I guess you can name Shuko. Okay, so it's Shuko or Teferi, but I think it's better to name Teferi, probably. It's kind of an interesting spot for them, though. Alright, they did name Shuko. Interesting. Okay. Guess that makes sense, too. Illusionist activation in this game? I'm not sure. Am I supposed to bounce Peacekeeper? Just to get things going and dig for... I think I'm supposed to play the Teferi out, though. It's kind of complicated. Wait, what if I just Teferi plus, actually? Maybe that's better. Maybe that's good? Teferi plus and just chump the Peacekeeper? If they send Spellbinder it, I see. What should I do, though? Yeah, I think they're gonna attack me anyways. Okay, I think I'm gonna plus. This might be wrong as well. I think this is also, like, kind of weird and goofy. Okay, interesting. I did not think they would do this, but it's fine. Okay, this didn't really work out well. I guess maybe I shouldn't have done this. Okay. So I fogged like 6 damage with this Teferi. Not much else happened. So now if they have a Jailer, I guess it was bad for me to play this out. Okay. Sucks. Give you a hint, chat. I don't think fogging Shuko or fogging Peacekeeper is going to do it this game. I mean, it does buy me a few turns, I guess. But... what should I have done with the Teferi then, though? Didn't really seem like I had a better line, right? I'm dead now. I can't believe I lost game one because I drew the fucking Dread Return. It's just like the ad nauseum issue in Modern, honestly. But we could, but there's a Peacekeeper on Shuko, so you can't kill your opponent because it costs 2 mana to activate the Shuko every time. Alright, I'm not going to run an ad, but I'm going to take a quick 1-minute break and I'll be right back for match number 5. Kind of sad we lost that one, but it was kind of an interesting match at least. So, be right back in 1 sec. Again, if you want to support the stream, you know how to do so. Following is free to do, help support. Twitch Prime subs are greatly appreciated, and if you have Amazon Prime, you have Twitch Prime, so consider using it here. Be right back in 1 minute. Yeah, I think potentially exposing the Shuko was a mistake. It definitely, like, punished me the maximum amount. Instead of getting, like, slightly punished, I got full-blown punished, right? I think this is a keep. It is great music. God. Subwood Breakfast too strong and modern. Well, it's not a modern deck. Yeah, I don't like keeping the ending there because usually the games are fast, not slow, right? Oh, if it were illegal? I don't think... Well, I don't know. That's really hard to assess. Oh, it's 8 cast, probably? Okay. Alright. Just need an illusionist. Or a step through. Or something. I think if you had the, like, entire self-mill package, you could do the, like, oops kill or something similar to it. Like, someone would figure something out. I believe in the MTGO hive mind. Great deal. Brutal Days, of course. Curse Reclamation stuff, yeah. Right, they forced again. It's fine. I'll take, like, my 1,000,000 for one. Probably just... Guess I'll lead with Brainstorm and see what happens. MTG player frustrated. Tail is all his time. They have one card and 1,000,000 baubles, but that's not really that scary. Okay, memory. I see. So they can see if they wanted their top card, which they decide they didn't. These baubles could be anything, I agree. But... Okay, well, that's not very good, but I do have a way to shuffle my deck, fortunately. Fortunately, the Aether Spellbomb makes it worse, but I think I'm still going to get Cauldron Complete to make them use the Spellbomb on it. We aren't equipping for a million anytime soon. No, not really. That would be very difficult, I feel like. Okay. Yeah, it might, but we'll see what they do. Okay, that's fine. Gonna get the other Shuko. And hope to draw Self-Wood Illusionist. Or one of the Shukos and get... Hope to draw a Self-Wood Illusionist. Their sagas are about to be enormous. That's how the deck works. Okay, that's fine. I like that. I think I might be dead now, assuming they know how to play their deck. How does that look about it? So I can draw Teferi into the combo, I guess, is the way it would have to go. I have 2 Teferis left in my deck. Your deck. Alright. I don't think I can really win, but we'll try. Kill your thing for free. Yeah, so many things have to go right that I probably just can't win, honestly, but that's okay. I agree, but what do you want me to do? I actually think I would rather they cast Thought Monitors instead of casting Chalices for 2. Yeah, exactly. I'd rather they cast that instead of Chalice for 2 repeatedly. Like, if I'm them in this spot, I'm casting every Chalice on 2 until, like, my opponent wants to leave the game. You know? Even a Chalice on 3 might be better than casting them with Thought Monitor as well. That one I'm less confident on. Exactly, yeah. I would have played Chalice on 2, left up the Construct Maker. But you could make a case for Chalice on 3 to lock out the Teferis. Okay. Alright, well, they had Needle, so that's why they didn't bother Chalicing. Okay, well. Let's see. Okay, is there any world? No, my goose is cooked. It's fine. Right. I think my sideboard is kind of dog shit. I guess I'll have Ending, but not Plow because of Chalice. Like, they're not really a creature deck, is the actual reality behind it. I just want to go fast, I think. I don't want, like, the slow tutors. I'm just going to be mulliganing towards, like, a reasonably fast hand. I might want Fawn, I'm not sure. Maybe, like, one Fawn over one Saga. Call it a day. Was that in the play? I don't think it was. I was, but I lost. That's okay, though. Fawn greater than D's? Maybe actually. Oops. I think you're right, Fawn's better than D's here. Well, that requires you to add green to a base Esper deck. Like, actually you're a base Azorius deck, but just adding colors is not free, is the realization that people came to. I mean, you could play it. I think it's just not where I would want to be personally. We need Self-Illusionist and MH LTR3. Yo, what's up, Jacob? Hope you're having a good one. I was 4-1 in this week. I'm 3-1 this week, but I'm down a game. Don't think this is going to cut it. Fuck. I think I should just go to 5, probably. Alright, I guess. I don't think I can win with this hand either, but I think 4 is less likely. I think you should play Chalice, yeah. I'm very likely to lose, I feel like, but I think going to 4 is worse than keeping this hand. Okay. I feel like I got unlucky in game 1 to lose, honestly, but, you know. Okay. I'm just gonna get Cauldron complete, I think. Well, yeah, I think so, right? Like, I don't think... Basically, I'm trying to get lucky to win. I don't know, like, what getting Chuko does. Like... Oh, I could Stoneforge my stick it out. Yeah, never mind. Maybe it's better, but I didn't even have the option. Massive bounties. They're willing to split. Yeah, no, I also missed it, but that's okay. Alright, I'm gonna make them force here if they have it. Alright. Yeah, no, the stone forging in the Chuko, I know that for hammer in modern, I just forgot for a second here. Yeah, hammer reflexes apply. Obviously it works, you know. You have Sigarda's 8 out, you just stone forge your hammer in. Also, if they force your Stoneforge, you can't do it either, so. Lysurg, there's 0 chance I'm casting Cauldron this game. Someone will be dead before that shit happens. Do I want to start milling myself? Maybe, actually. Maybe milling myself is good, yeah. Actually, it probably is. I don't think, like, damage can ever really get there, realistically. Oh, well, that's not ideal. Alright. Don't think I want to mill myself anymore. If the Illusionist lived, I was kind of on board for it, but whatever. Just need a Brainstorm? What does Brainstorm do? I know what Brainstorm does. I'm asking you, what does Brainstorm do on this board? Gives me hope? No, it doesn't give me hope. That Lysurg is the worst. Where's the Toxic mod? Oh, it's still there. Cool. We found the Toxic mod command. It's evergreen for Lysurg. Happy holidays. Cataclysm? They would get to keep Chalice of the Void, right? I ain't about a Cataclysm here. Verdict. Okay, I'm out. I don't even think my opponent should have Fluster Inverse me. But that's okay. Alright, chat. that's a 4-1 and 3-2 with Cephalid. You want to support the stream, you know how. I'll probably be back tomorrow morning playing some more MTGO. Probably not this deck. I think 10 matches is enough for me for now with it. I guess we'll open the chest for the stream. Okay, well, these cards suck. You only saw the losses? Well, why did you come in, clearly? Why did you come in, not sub? Play Sneak and Show? No, I'd rather do anything else than play Sneak and Show Darth Dog, I'm sorry. I don't really enjoy playing that deck whatsoever. Yeah, I guess I did say anything, but didn't actually mean anything, you know? Shrug.